Good evening, and welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is the place where we learn while we drift off to sleep. Calm, thoughtful stories that share knowledge and gently guide you into rest. Tonight's story takes us into the ancient and fascinating world of the dinosaurs. As you listen, allow your body to loosen. Let your thoughts soften and let sleep come naturally. If you enjoy learning while you drift to sleep, don't forget to subscribe so you can catch more of our gentle bedtime stories. And if you'd like, share your thoughts in the comments. Now, settle comfortably into your bed. Take a slow, deep breath in and gently let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your body to soften, and your thoughts to grow quiet. Leave behind the noise of the day and drift toward a calm and restful night. Now, we begin our journey into the mysterious and wondrous world of the dinosaurs, where giants roamed the earth and time stretched back millions of years. Let's step into the past and awaken the long-forgotten stories of these magnificent creatures. A small child gazes at a worn toy dinosaur perched on the windowsill as dusk settles, wondering what came before her own memory. In that quiet moment, the concept of deep time awakens. The vast ocean of ages that stretches far beyond human life into the geologic past. Scientists define a deep time as Earth's 4.54 billion year history, an expanse almost unimaginably vast compared to the human lifespan. The Scottish geologist James Hutton, often called the father of modern geology, grasped this enormity over 2 centuries ago. He peered into ancient rock layers and realized that, with respect to human observation, this world has neither a beginning nor an end. In other words, time without humans is as boundless as a starlit sky. Under the same stars long before any human walked the earth, the clock of deep time was already ticking. The earth was young and violent once, molten rock cooling into crust, yawns of rain, wind and continental drift shaped the lands and seas. By the time life appeared and evolved into complex forms, unimaginable stretches of time had already passed, a parade of eras with poetic names. Precambrian, Paleozoic, and then the Mesozoic, the Age of Dinosaurs. The Roman emperor-philosopher Marcus Aurelius mused that time is a sort of river of passing events, and strong is its current. No sooner is a thing brought to sight than it is swept by and another takes its place. Standing at the dawn of deep time, we feel that river's immensity, the everyday moments of our lives, a steaming mug beside a fossil notebook, the smell of rain-soaked soil after a summer storm, are tiny ripples in that great river. They connect us subtly to prehistoric rains and ancient dawns, reminding us that the present is built upon a past so distant it slips beyond comprehension. Yet, even if deep time humbles us, it also invites us into a grand fairy tale written in stone. We flip through pages of rock layers like chapters, each holding clues of worlds long gone. In the 18th century, thinkers like Hutton and later Charles Darwin and Alfred Wegener began to realize that the Earth's history was far deeper and more dynamic than anyone had imagined. They laid the foundation for a new kind of story, one where continents roam, mountains rise and erode, species come and go, and time stretches out like an endless landscape. In this story, dinosaurs would play a starring role, but first the stage had to be set over unfathomable ages. Deep time had prepared a canvas broad enough to contain the entire saga of the dinosaurs. Their mysterious origins, their flourishing reign, their catastrophic end, and the echoes they left behind. As twilight deepens and the child's eyes grow heavy, that old toy dinosaur catches the last light of the sun. It stands as a quiet herald of an era before human memory. This is the threshold of our journey, a bridge between now and the Mesozoic dreamtime. With a gentle leap of imagination, we step off the platform of the present like a lonely traveler at a rural train station at dusk, and board a train bound for the deep past. The whistle sounds softly. The journey through time, science, and myth begins, carrying us back to the birth of giants in a land before time as we know it. In the beginning of the Mesozoic Era, after Earth's greatest mass extinction, life stirred with a new energy. It was the Triassic period, about 245 million years ago, and all the world's land was fused into one colossal continent called Pangaea. This supercontinent sprawled across the equator, a harsh land of vast deserts and red rock ranges under a scorching sun. The climate was hot and dry, with much of the interior covered in dunes and salt flats. In this crucible of heat and solitude, among hardy conifers and primitive ferns clinging to seasonal riverbanks, the first dinosaurs evolved. They were small and unassuming at first, two-legged creatures scampering in the underbrush, not yet the titans of later ages. No one could have guessed that these humble reptiles would give rise to some of the largest land animals to ever walk the earth. Geologists and dreamers alike have painted vivid pictures of that world. We know now, thanks to the bold ideas of Alfred Wegener, that Pangaea did not remain intact. Wegener, in the early 20th century, proposed that continents drift across Earth's surface. He was proven right. Pangaea began to break apart around 200 million years ago. Great rifts sundered the land, and the single continent split into Laurasia in the north and Gondwana in the south. As the landmasses pulled away like slow-moving puzzle pieces, shallow seas flooded in between, and climates began to change. Rain clouds formed over the nascent oceans, bringing monsoons and moisture to coastal regions that had been arid. By the Jurassic period, the deserts of central Pangaea retreated, replaced by lush forests of cycads, ginkgos, and tree ferns. In the mid-Jurassic, as Wegener's continental drift carried continents apart, rainfall increased and greened the world. Imagine vast conifer jungles and fern prairies, spreading where once there was only sand life, breathing anew into the land. In this changing world, the dinosaurs truly began to flourish. Freed from the confines of one supercontinent, they radiated into diverse forms across the globe. The conifer forests shook with the footsteps of giant herbivores, while early predatory dinosaurs stalked their herds. By around 174 million years ago, creatures like Brachiosaurus, huge, long-necked plant eaters, and megalosaurs, formidable meat eaters, were emerging. They roamed in realms that spanned from the tropics to near the poles. Yes, even near the poles. Fossils show that dense forests once grew in polar regions during the Mesozoica's warmer climate. Picture a dawn in the late Jurassic. The first light filters through towering Araucaria trees. Along a misty lake, a sauropod mother, one of those lizard hip giants, leads her calf to water. These sauropods, Diplodocus, Apatosaurus, and their kin, have column-like legs and necks that stretch into the treetops. In the distance, the ground trembles as a herd of them moves through a valley, grazing on the high canopy. This is truly the birth of giants. Evolution, working over millions of years on the shifting canvas of drifting continents, has scaled up life to colossal proportions. Tiny ancestors have given rise to 30-meter behemoths. Small beginnings, one might recall, can have magnificent outcomes, a truth both scientific and poetic. As Charles Darwin would later write, "From so simple a start, endless forms most beautiful and most wonderful have step off our time train into the world of the dinosaurs, we find ourselves in an alien yet enchanting landscape. The air is thick with humidity and rich with the scents of resin and loam. It is the Mesozoic Era, and life fills every corner, not just the land, but the waters and skies too. Lush forests carpet much of the globe, even creeping towards the poles under a warmer climate regime. In the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, Earth is a greenhouse world. There are no polar ice caps, and even at high latitudes, summer brings months of continuous light-nurturing polar forests. Enormous conifer trees and cycads grow in profusion. Flowering plants evolve in the early Cretaceous, adding color and new sweetness to the air with the first blossoms and fruits. The smell of rain-soaked soil, what we today call petrichor, would have been familiar in those ages. As monsoon rains drenched primeval jungles, it is a comforting thought that a Tyrannosaurus inhaling after a storm might have recognized that earthy fragrance we know so well, linking our sensory world to theirs. The oceans of the Mesozoic were realms of both beauty and terror. Warm, shallow seas spread over what are now continents. Sea levels were higher, partly because there were no large ice sheets. In those turquoise waters swam ichthyosaurs, marine reptiles shaped like dolphins, with big eyes and powerful tails. There were plesiosaurs too, with long necks undulating as they chased schools of fish. Coral reefs thrived farther from the equator than they do today, since the oceans were warmer even in the depths. Ancient ammonites, coiled shellfish, drifted in the currents, their elegant spirals housing soft creatures that would become index fossils for future geologists. In the coastal swamps and lagoons, giant crocodilians lurked, some as long as a bus. The seas were teeming, structured much like modern marine ecosystems with plankton at the base and predators at the top. On certain nights, perhaps, the ocean's surface glowed with bioluminescent algae when disturbed, a natural magic that has endured through ages. Above land and sea alike, the skies of the Mesozoic were the domain of dragons. Pterosaurs, the flying reptiles, launched themselves from cliffs and canopy tops with leathery wings that cast shadows over Cretaceous lakes. Some were as small as sparrows, flitting after insects among hostelry. Others, like Quetzalcoatlus, had wingspans over 10 meters, stalking on land like giraffe-sized storks and taking flight to soar on thermals. They were the first vertebrates to conquer the air, long before birds. As the Jurassic progressed, birds themselves appeared, small feathered dinosaurs that took to the trees. The famous Archaeopteryx, with its mix of reptilian tail and feathered wings, glided between cycads in what is now Bavaria, about 150 million years ago. The skies echoed with unfamiliar calls and beats of wing. It was a chorus both strange and wonderful. And on the ground, threading through forest and plain, the classic dinosaurs went about their lives. In fern prairies, herds of duck-billed dinosaurs, the hadrosaurs, waded through marshes, grazing on soft plants. In the late Cretaceous, fields of flowering shrubs and even early fruits provided new food sources, and the hadrosaurs' broad beaks snipped them eagerly. Trundling alongside were armored dinosaurs like Ankylosaurus, low-slung tanks with backs covered in bony plates and tails armed with clubs. In the forests, horned dinosaurs such as Triceratops munched cycads and magnolias, shaking their great frilled heads and grunting to one another in the hush of the Cretaceous afternoon. Predator calls occasionally shattered that hush, perhaps the chilling roar of a Tyrannosaurus rex in the distance, or the coordinated cries of smaller pack hunters like Deinonychus weaving through undergrowth. It was a vibrant, interconnected world. Forests, oceans, and skies formed one tapestry. where life could thrive year-round. In those long-gone evenings, as the sun set amber on a world of giants and wonders, the line between reality and fairy tale blurred. This was Earth, yet a version that feels almost mythic, a living illustration of nature's boundless creativity. Let us walk closer now among the dinosaurs themselves and witness the richness of their lives. Like characters in an epic poem, each species had its role: the gentle giants, the fearsome hunters, the quick and clever small ones. Far from being uniform monsters, dinosaurs were incredibly diverse in size, shape, and behavior. They walked, flew, and swam on Earth for over 165 million years, adapting to changing environments and evolving into forms that boggle the imagination. Consider the giant sauropods. These were the long-necked, long-tailed herbivores, the biggest land animals ever known. A fully grown brachiosaurus in the late Jurassic stood as tall as a 4-story building, using its giraffe-like neck to browse the tops of conifer trees. Its legs were as thick as ancient oak trunks. Each footstep was a slow, thunderous thump on the earth. These creatures likely moved in herds for safety, crossing great fern savannas in search of the next grove of tall trees. Despite their enormity, they were born from eggs not much larger than a football. One can imagine a circle of these giants delicately guarding a nesting ground, their small juveniles clustering in the center for protection. In those young eyes, big and gentle, the primeval world must have seemed endless and secure, bracketed by their parents' colossal limbs. Then there were the theropods, the bipedal carnivores, who ranged from chicken-sized insect eaters to apex predators like T-Rex giant. The life of a predator was harsh but vital. We can picture a female Allosaurus in the Jurassic woodlands, carefully nudging her clutch of eggs buried in warm sand. When they hatch, the baby Allosaurs, striped in camouflaged patterns, will chirp an imprint on their mother. Did she care for them? Some evidence suggests certain predatory dinosaurs might have guarded their nest. The little ones would scamper after her, learning to hunt by observing, much as lion cubs do today. In the cooling air of twilight, she would lead them to a recent kill, perhaps a stegosaur she felled earlier, and let them eat their fill. This mixing of ferocity and tenderness in dinosaur lives makes them feel oddly relatable. Paleontologist Jack Horner famously discovered a site full of Maiasaur nests, a duck-billed dinosaur whose name means good mother lizard. In Montana's Badlands, Horner and his team found nests with broken eggshells and remains of hatchlings that were not fully developed to walk. This provided the first clear evidence that some dinosaurs cared for their young, returning to the nest and feeding the babies until they grew. It's a touching scene to envision. A Maiasaur mother regurgitating soft ferns to feed a brood of chirping hatchlings, all nestled in a bowl-like mud nest, while the father on hopes stands guard nearby, bellowing at any predator that dares come close. Dinosaurs also had the small and swift among them, hurrying underfoot in the Cretaceous underbrush. There were likely little feathered dinosaurs catching insects and hiding from larger beasts. Some of them, evolutionary latecomers, had coats of primitive fuzzy feathers, perhaps for display or warmth. A turkey-sized raptor with feathers and bright, curious eyes might remind us of a roadrunner as it darts after a lizard. At night, tiny rodent-like mammals, our distant ancestors, squeaked in the undergrowth too, mostly avoiding the reptilian rulers of the day. It was a full ecosystem, complete with predators and prey of every scale. Each species carved out a niche. Horned dinosaurs like Triceratops formed defensive circles around their young when threatened, brandishing their three-pronged facial horns, and tyrannosaurs, Plated stegosaurs wielded spiked tails, thagomizers that could break a predator's leg with a swing, and duck-billed hadrosaurs likely communicated in low, resonant calls through the crypt. What did a typical day in the life of a dinosaur look like? Perhaps not so different from the rhythms we see in large animals now. They woke with the sun, where some predators prowled by moonlight, and their thoughts, if we may anthropomorphize a bit, were likely focused on food, safety, and for the lucky mating or play. Yes, play. We can easily imagine young triceratops sparring playfully, locking their nascent horns as calves do with budding antlers, learning the moves that might one day save their lives. We can see a pair of adolescent T-Rex siblings chasing each other in circles, testing their speed and strength in mock battle, while their immense mother watches from the shade of a ginkgo tree. In the rivers, great long-necked plesiosaurs might bask near the surface, only to suddenly dive after a passing school of fish, their paddle-like flippers cutting through the water in silence. Overhead, pterosaurs in leathery flocks cried out at dusk and then fell quiet, folding their wings as they roosted on cliff sides. The Mesozoic world was vibrant and alive, every creature, large or small, bound in the web of life. All the while, through these scenes, the earth itself was not static. Volcanoes belched smoke on the horizons. Now and then the ground would tremble with distant quakes as continents continued to move. By the late Cretaceous, the globe didn't look so foreign. The land masses had drifted closer to the configuration we know. Ecosystems adapted to new mountain ranges and inland seas. But even as the dinosaurs reached the peak of their diversity and distribution, subtle changes were afoot. Sea levels fluctuating, climates gradually shifting. The stage was unknowingly being set for the final act of their grand story. But before that curtain falls, let us reflect on the astonishing process that created these creatures in the first place, the beauty and philosophy of evolution that underlies the entire tale. How did such a profusion of life come to be? The dinosaurs saga, from tiny Triassic ancestors to the thunderous herds of the Cretaceous, is a testament to the power of evolution. It's a process both elegant and unsparing. Over great spans of time, living beings change, adapt, diversify, and sometimes perish, all according to the pressures of nature and the chance of variation. There is profound beauty in this, as Charles Darwin eloquently noted in the closing of On the Origin of Species. He pointed out the grandeur of life evolving, while this planet has gone cycling on according to the fixed law of gravity, culminating in endless forms most beautiful and most wonderful, filling the world. In the dinosaurs, we see those endless forms in full display, from the slender grace of a velociraptor to the armored bulk of an ankylosaurus, from creatures that could fit in the palm of your hand to those that shook the ground with each step. Evolution wove the fabric of their being, mutation by mutation, generation by generation, like a patient cosmic artist. One might ask, was it all destiny or chance that such magnificent creatures arose? Philosophers have pondered a similar question about existence itself. The 17th century thinker, Baruch Spinoza, for example, believed that nothing in nature is truly random. In his view, everything unfolds from divine or natural necessity. In nature, there is nothing contingent, but all things have been determined from the necessity of the divine nature to exist and produce an effect in a certain way. If we apply Spinoza's lens, we could say the rise of the dinosaurs was written into the fabric of the universe. The laws of physics and biology, set in motion at the Big Bang, inevitably led to the Age of Dinosaurs as a chapter in Earth's story. The drifting of continents, the levels of oxygen in the atmosphere, the the evolution of plant life. All these lawful processes opened a path for dinosaurs to flourish. In this deterministic symphony, even the asteroid that one day ended their reign was a note struck by the cosmos from the beginning. Yet, another perspective revels in the contingency and surprise of evolution. The existentialist philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre famously said that humans have no predetermined essence. Man is condemned to be free. Once thrown into the world, he is responsible for everything he does. And it is up to us to give life meaning. In the context of evolution, we might say similarly that nature experiments freely, without a set goal. No external script guaranteed the rise of dinosaurs. They came about through a combination of countless small accidents. A mutation in a gene here, a slightly stronger jaw there, a split in a population separated by a new river. Given a replay of Earth's history, perhaps a different kind of creature would have ruled. Given a replay of Earth's history, perhaps a different kind of creature would have ruled. There is an awe in that thought. The dinosaurs, for all their might, were children of chance and circumstance as much as any of us. Evolution has no single protagonist. It is an open-ended story that even now continues with every birth and every death in the natural world. Some find this idea humbling, even disquieting. The novelist Fyodor Dostoevsky, who delved deeply into questions of fate and suffering, might have pondered whether a world driven by such chance could have meaning or moral order. Yet others, like the mystic poet Rumi, find a reassuring unity in the chaos. Rumi wrote, "You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop." In evolutionary terms, every living creature carries the whole history of life inside it, in its DNA, in the ancient design of its cells. The first living cells on Earth are our ancestors, just as they are ancestors of the dinosaurs. We, and those long extinct giants, are connected by the great ocean of life, of which we are all drops. Perhaps that is one secret of evolution's beauty. It creates kinship out of difference. Across millions of years, a humble Triassic dino and a modern human share a distant common ancestor if we trace the tree of life far enough back. In a poetic sense, the dinosaurs live on in each of us as part of life's single vast family. There is also profound philosophy in evolution. When we think of purpose and progress, we often hear the phrase, survival of the fittest, but in reality evolution is not strictly about a brutal contest. It's also about adaptation and sometimes sheer luck. The fittest is context dependent. A dinosaur superbly adapted to its environment can be wiped out by a freak disaster, while a small, unassuming creature, like the early mammals, might survive by happenstance. This realization instills a kind of stoic acceptance, reminiscent of Marcus Aurelius. The Stoic emperor might remind us that the universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it. Nothing is static in nature. All forms, even the mightiest, are transient, and new forms arise from their passing. Evolution embodies this flux. Embodies this flux. It has no moral direction. It's neither kind nor cruel, simply creative and ceaseless. Friedrich Nietzsche, contemplating the eternal coming and going of existence, wrote lines that could well describe life's evolutionary flow. Everything goes, everything comes back, eternally rolls the wheel of being. Everything dies, everything blossoms again, eternally runs the year of being. In the time of dinosaurs, countless species emerged, thrived, and vanished, but life as a whole kept renewing itself, blossoming in new forms, as if in an eternal spring. From a modern scientific view, we also understand evolution in the context of physics and cosmology. When Darwin referenced the fixed law of gravity, he subtly acknowledged that life's story plays out against a backdrop of unchanging physical principles. The same gravity that causes an apple to fall, as Isaac Newton famously described, kept Earth orbiting at the right distance from the Sun for life to persist, and also guided the asteroid that would one day meet Earth. The interplay of chance, mutations, asteroid strikes, and necessity, natural laws, inherited traits, makes evolution a dance with both freedom and rules. It is deterministic in retrospect. We can trace why traits evolved, but unpredictable in prospect. We cannot say what evolution will create next. In the rise of the dinosaurs, we see evolution's artistry at its zenith. Scale, power, cunning, and grace. Evolution explored all avenues with these creatures. There were dinosaurs that glided on the air, ones that burrowed in the ground, others that ruled the seas, though technically. The marine reptiles like ichthyosaurs were close cousins, not true dinosaurs. They evolved in parallel. It's as if nature's imagination ran wild, unbound by preconception. Every niche in the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous ecosystems was eventually filled by some dinosaur or another organism evolving to fit. The beauty lies in that adaptive fit, the long neck of a brachiosaur, perfectly suited to a high canopy forest, or the serrated teeth of a tyrannosaur, perfectly designed to puncture thick hide. The philosophy lies in what it tells us, that life is a process, not a fixed state. Given time and change, even the form of life itself transforms. And so, as the Mesozoic story nears its climax, we understand that the dinosaurs' dominion was not a static golden age, but an ever-changing tapestry, woven by evolution. It was resilient and robust. They survived and adapted to 160 million years of environmental shifts, witnessing continents drift and climates oscillate. They likely thought, in whatever way creatures think, that their world would last forever, but evolution had yet another plot twist in store, one that would demonstrate, dramatically, both the capriciousness and the continuity inherent in life on Earth. That twist was the abrupt fall of the dinosaurs, a reminder that every lineage, no matter how successful, may face an end. To that chapter, the end of one world and the dawn of another, we now turn with both awe and a touch of sadness, guided by the faint light of an incoming star in the sky. Painting depicts the cataclysm at the end of the Cretaceous, an asteroid blazing through the atmosphere as panicked dinosaurs look on. In moments, the impact will unleash fire and darkness, bringing the Age of Dinosaurs to a sudden end. One quiet day about 66 million years ago, the sky betrayed the Earth. What looked at first like a second sun, a bright point of light hurtling across the blue, grew larger and more terrifying by the second. This was the asteroid, a mountain of rock from outer space, and it was on a collision course with our planet. It struck with unimaginable force, slamming into the shallow sea near what is now the Yucatan Peninsula in present-day Mexico. The impact was so immense that it released energy equivalent to billions of atomic bombs. In that instant, the curtain fell on the Mesozoic Era. The Age of Dinosaurs, save for a few avian survivors, had mere moments left to live. What happened in those moments and the chaotic days and years that followed is a scene of almost apocalyptic fury. Yet strangely, it is also a natural, if extreme, part of Earth's story. The asteroid, estimated at about 10 kilometers across, came in at a deadly angle of roughly 60 degrees, the worst possible angle for maximum destruction, as scientists have found in simulations. This trajectory meant that an enormous amount of debris was blasted out upon impact. Molten rock, vaporized crust, and dust were hurled high above the atmosphere. A great flash of heat ignited wildfires thousands of kilometers away within minutes. The direct shockwave flattened forests in a radial pattern, outward from ground zero, closer to the impact site. Everything was simply vaporized. The Chicxulub impact, as we now call it, named after a village near the crater's center, triggered a hellish chain of events. Giant tsunamis rippled outward, inundating coastlines far from the crater. But the truly global killers were lurking above. The fine dust and sulfate aerosols thrown into the stratosphere spread around the entire planet on high winds. Within hours, a shroud began to envelop Earth, filtering out the sun. Day turned to twilight, twilight to night across the globe. For weeks and months, sunlight was either dimmed or blotted out entirely by the haze. The world cooled drastically, a phenomenon known as impact winter. Plants, deprived of sunlight, withered or went dormant. Herbivorous dinosaurs, suddenly without food, starved in large numbers. The predators that depended on them starved in turn. In a viciously short span, the great interconnected web of the Cretaceous ecosystems unraveled. It was not just the darkness. The atmosphere itself turned toxic in places. The impact had struck limestone and anhydrite-rich rocks, releasing a vast plume of sulfur gases that, when combined with water vapor, produced acid rain. As rain fell from ashen clouds, it burned foliage and acidified rivers. Meanwhile, the dust in the upper atmosphere, carrying soot from global wildfires, took on the properties of a greenhouse. When the sun's rays finally began to peek through again, perhaps years later, after the initial deep freeze, a counterswing to intense warming may have occurred. It was climate whiplash. First cold and dark, then hot and humid, a 1-2 punch that few large creatures could survive. Scientists estimate that about 75% of all species on Earth were wiped out in this mass extinction. On land, no large dinosaur, apart from some birds, made it through. The mighty T-Rex, the horned Triceratops, the duck-billed Edmontosaurus, the tank-like Ankylosaurus, all perished. In the oceans, the marine reptiles, like mosasaurs and plesiosaurs, vanished, as did the once plentiful ammonites. Whole forests died off and did not regrow in the same form. The world, which had been loud with the sounds of Cretaceous life, fell eerily quiet. If one were watching from some safe remove, say, a satellite's view, the Earth would have appeared to go to sleep under a pall of clouds. What makes this event especially tragic, yet scientifically fascinating, is how sudden it was. Geologically, it was the blink of an eye. For an individual dinosaur, it might have meant a confusing, terrifying few weeks or months of survival mode until failing resources did them in. Fossil evidence even suggests some had gathered in valleys searching for water and food, only to die en masse and be buried together, a silent tableau of the end. In a notable deposit in North Dakota, fossils of fish mixed with land plants and a dinosaur feather have been found, all jumbled by a massive wave and impact debris, likely recording the immediate aftermath of the Chicxulub strike. It's poignant to think of a dinosaur looking up at the darkened sky, ash gently falling like snow, not understanding that it was witnessing the dusk of its kind. Could anything have survived such a cataclysm? Yes, and this is the slender silver lining in the story. Some animals did pull through, especially smaller ones, and those in sheltered environments. Birds, for instance, survived, though many bird lineages died. The few that lived would radiate later. Small mammals, shrew-like creatures that could burrow or eat anything, found ways to persist, perhaps living off scraps and stored food. Crocodiles, those enduring cousins of dinosaurs, survived in part because they could go long periods without food and ride out the dark times in water or mud. Some plant seeds and spores weathered the winter and sprouted when sunlight returned. Life, as a whole, was down but not out. In a poetic sense, one could imagine Marcus Aurelius whispering through the ages to the last dinosaurs, "This too shall pass, the sun will rise again." And indeed, gradually did. The particulates settled. The sun's warmth reasserted itself. Rain washed the sky. In the steaming wreckage of Cretaceous forests grew the first shoots of Paleogene plants. Where a charred log lay, mushrooms, nature's first responders, popped up to decompose the dead and recycle nutrients. Within a few years, ferns had blanketed many regions. A global fern spike is evidenced in pollen records just after the extinction. Insects buzzed among the ferns. Then, slowly, hardy survivor trees like palms and pines returned. The earth was healing, but the giants were gone, and their absence itself became a presence, a gap into which new beings would evolve. The Age of Dinosaurs had ended in fire and darkness, but their extinction was not a meaningless ruin. As National Geographic notes, mass extinctions, devastating as they are, also open up the planet for new forms of life to emerge. In the ashes of the Mesozoic, the seeds of the Age of Mammals found fertile ground. Tiny mammals, once living in the dinosaur's shadow, now diversified rapidly without giant competitors around. In time, this would lead to primates, and eventually to us. The sobering thought that our very existence may hinge on that ancient disaster. If not for the asteroid, Earth might still be dominated by dinosaur descendants, and our lineage might have remained small and nocturnal. For a moment, imagine the world right after the impact from a philosophical vantage point. The Stoics might say it was simply nature's course, indifferent to suffering, an event with no malice, just the physics of a rock on a collision path. Marcus Aurelius wrote of accepting fate. Whatever happens, it all happens as it should. Yet how hard it would be to accept if one were a thinking being amidst that chaos. Perhaps among the dinosaurs, none had the self-awareness to ponder, why me? Or why now? Though who knows what flickers of consciousness they had. The tragedy was mostly ours to interpret, millions of years later, with a mix of grief and wonder. The extinction stands as one of Earth's great reminders that no empire, even a 165 million year reign, is eternal. In the fossil record, we see it like a sharp line. Below it, abundant dinosaur fossils. Above it, none, only burn. For a child holding that toy dinosaur on the windowsill, this fact can be both sad and profound. Sad, because it means these beloved creatures are gone forever. Profound, because it shows the precious precariousness of life. Entire worlds can vanish, but life itself continues in new forms, and memory of the old can persist in unexpected ways. For example, a fragile layer of clay in the geologic strata, enriched with iridium, an extraterrestrial element, marks the dinosaur's end, a thin memorial of the day his sky fell. As the dust settles in our narrative as well, we find ourselves asking, what is the meaning of such vanishing worlds? What do they teach us? Those lost ages like the time of the dinosaurs. In the next section, we will reflect on extinction, not just as an end, but as a concept that prompts us to think about time, memory, and our place in nature. The dinosaurs may be gone, but their story continues to echo in our minds and in the shape of the world they left behind. On a cool, quiet evening, a researcher sits on the porch of a rural station after a day of digging up fossils. In her hand is a fragment of a dinosaur eggshell, its surface etched by time. As she breathes in the damp air, rain has left a scent of fresh earth, reminiscent of deep time petrichor. She ponders the lost world this tiny shell represents. How fragile it seems, this remnant of a creature that lived millions of years ago, and how fragile the world itself can be, that an empire of life can disappear. What is the meaning of a vanished world? Does it leave behind only bones and dust, or something more? Extinction on the scale of the dinosaurs is humbling. It underscores a truth we often forget in daily life. Everything that rises must fall. All assemblages of life are temporary. The Roman poet-philosopher Marcus Aurelius, contemplating the flow of time, likened it to an unstoppable river. No sooner is a thing brought to sight than it is swept by, and another takes its place. And this too will be swept away. So it was with the dinosaurs. They appeared, they thrived gloriously, and then they were swept away. To Marcus's stoic mind, this was natural and not to be feared. It was the way of the cosmos. He even noted that death, like generation, is a secret of nature. The end of the dinosaurs, sorrowful as it seems to us, was a secret of nature unveiling itself, a dramatic example of life cycle of renewal through destruction. For us, living long after, the vanishing of such magnificent beings raises questions about memory and legacy. The Earth remembers in its own way. Every geological layer is a memory, every fossil a story. In those silent stones, we read the record of beings that have no other voice. More than 99% of all organisms that have ever lived on Earth are extinct. The dinosaurs are not unique in having vanished. They join virtually all their contemporaries, and even most creatures before and after them, in nature's great archive of the lost. Knowing this can be chilling, but also enlightening. It means that life's norm is change, not permanence. Our human minds, which yearn to hold on to things, must stretch to accept that worlds come and go. Yet, paradoxically, nothing is ever completely lost as long as it is remembered or has influenced what comes next. Consider how the dinosaurs, though physically gone, live on in so many ways. They survive in the birds that sing outside our windows each morning. Every sparrow and eagle carries the genetic legacy of theropod dinosaurs. They survive in our cultural memory as characters in myths. Think of dragons, which some speculate were inspired by ancient peoples finding dinosaur bones as beloved icons for children. What child hasn't marveled at a triceratops or a brontosaurus figurine? And as a constant reminder of life's grand narrative. In a way, the dinosaurs have achieved a form of immortality through us. We speak their names, reconstruct their skeletons in museums, paint pictures of them, and even dream about resurrecting them. The philosopher Hannah Arendt, reflecting on human mortality and natality, noted that men, though they must die, are not born in order to die, but in order to begin. Extinction, then, is not just an end. It's also a beginning of something new. The end of the dinosaurs was the beginning of a world where mammals, and later humans, could flourish. Their vanishing made space for our beginning. That perspective can imbue the great extinction with a bittersweet meaning. Sacrifice and renewal. It's almost mythic. Like the phoenix that dies in flames, so a new phoenix can rise. The biosphere cleansed itself in the fires of the KPG event and allowed new life to emerge from the ashes. The ancient Sufi poet Yunus Emre wrote, "Come, let us be friends for once. The earth shall be left to no one." His words remind us that every kingdom on earth, no matter how mighty, is temporary. The earth is not a permanent possession of any one species or group. The dinosaurs' world was left to no one, and ours will someday be left to no one or to someone else. This realization urges humility and perhaps a sense of fellowship with all living things. We share the same ephemeral predicament. There is also a moral or cautionary dimension in the story of vanished worlds. We see that dominance does not guarantee survival. The dinosaurs were unrivaled, yet a stroke of misfortune eliminated them. In our current age, humans sit in a somewhat analogous position. We dominate Earth's ecosystems, but our dominance could be as fleeting as theirs if we are not careful stewards of our world. The concept of a sixth mass extinction, caused by human activity, haunts scientific discussions today. The ghosts of the dinosaurs whisper to us, "Do not take your reign for granted. Nature can be sudden and merciless." They also inspire us to appreciate the beauty of the world we have, to hear the bird's song, a living dinosaur's song, and know it is precious, partly because it is not guaranteed forever. Philosophers like Friedrich Nietzsche found in the endless cycles of creation and destruction an opportunity to affirm life. His idea of eternal recurrence, the notion that all events may repeat infinitely, is more metaphorical here. But we can imagine the dinosaurs in a sense eternally recurring in our stories, and possibly in far future science, even in reality. Who knows? Perhaps one day, with ancient DNA or some advanced technology, humans will attempt to reverse extinction. The endeavor has already begun in small steps for recently lost species. For dinosaurs, true resurrection may be out of reach. Their DNA is far too degraded after millions of years. But Jack Horner and others have playfully suggested we might bioengineer a dino chicken by flipping ancestral genes in birth. This tells us something about the human spirit. We do not let the past simply be past. We engage with it, learn from it, even try to recreate it. In doing so, we grant a form of immortality to extinct worlds. They live in our laboratories, our art, our literature. One cannot discuss the meaning of vanished worlds without touching on the sense of loss they evoke. When we walk through a natural history museum and see the towering skeleton of a diplodocus, there is a wistfulness, a longing for a time we never knew, except in imagination. It is the same kind of longing we feel reading fantasy tales of lost golden ages or continents like Atlantis. The difference is, this lost world was real. That mix of reality and irretrievability gives it a profound resonance. Dostoevsky wrote extensively about the human condition of suffering and yearning. One might say there is a gentle existential sorrow in knowing that these wonderful creatures were extinguished by blind fate. It raises questions about cosmic justice, or the lack thereof. Why should such splendid life forms be snuffed out? There is no simple answer. The cosmos operates by laws of physics and probability, not human ethics. In that recognition, some find existential freedom, the kind Sartre talked about, to create our own meaning in the face of indifferent nature. We can choose, for instance, to honor the dinosaurs by learning all we can about them and by ensuring that we do not hasten the end of today's endangered species. We give meaning to their extinction by letting it teach us empathy and wisdom. Finally, the vanished world of the dinosaurs gives us a powerful sense of the mystery of time. Standing at the site of an old riverbed, now dry, where dinosaurs left footprints, like in parts of Colorado or Mongolia, you feel time's depth. Those prints could be 70 million years old, yet they look fresh enough as if pressed into mud yesterday. In that slippage between no and then, one experiences what Einstein hinted at when he comforted a friend's family about death. People like us know that the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. In a way, the past is still with us. The footprints remain. The atoms of those dinosaurs are recycled in today's soils. And in the grand space-time view of the universe, every moment that has occurred is always part of the tapestry of reality. The dinosaurs' world vanished in our timeline, but it is eternally part of Earth's history, and thus, in some sense, always existentially real. What meaning do we, as humanity, derive from all this? Perhaps it is a sense of gratitude that we are here against the odds, able to reflect on those who came before. Perhaps it is a sense of duty to preserve the story, to keep the memory of vanished worlds alive, and to guard our own world against avoidable ruin. Or perhaps it is simply wonder. The dinosaurs remind us that the universe is more fantastical than any fairy tale. They ignite our imagination. And so, even in extinction, there is a strange form of beauty. The beauty of memory and the lessons it imparts. With these reflections, we turn to how, through human curiosity and science, we have pieced together the lost world of the dinosaurs. Their world vanished, but not without a trace. It's through modern science and ancient bones that we have brought them back into our mind's eye, making the invisible visible again. In a lantern-lit study lined with dusty field notebooks, a paleontologist warms her hands on a steaming mug of tea. Open on the desk before her is a leather-bound journal filled with sketches of fossils, vertebrae, teeth, and the curved outline of a massive claw. Each page is a puzzle piece of an ancient story. On a nearby shelf sits a small figure of Darwin and a portrait of Mary Anning, reminders of those who paved the path of discovery. The scene is tranquil, almost reverent. This is where modern science reaches back with gentle hands to touch the deep past, where ancient bones speak and we, their listeners, strive to understand. Our knowledge of dinosaurs and their lost world did not appear overnight. It was earned through centuries of curiosity and diligent work by naturalists, geologists, and fossil hunters. In the early 19th century, a young English woman named Mary Anning scoured the sea cliffs of Lyme Regis after storms, pick in hand, and faithful dog at her side. She found strange skeletons locked in stone, creatures no one had seen before. At just 12 years old, Mary uncovered the first correctly identified ichthyosaurus skeleton, a marine reptile with a fearsome grin of teeth. She went on to discover the first nearly complete plesiosaurus, and even a flying reptile, pterosaur, in those Jurassic rocks. These discoveries, by a carpenter's daughter with no formal education, shook the scientific world. They changed scientific thinking about prehistoric life and the history of the Earth. The long-held belief in a young Earth and unchanging life was cracking. Anning's fossils revealed that entire groups of animals had existed and vanished, evidence of extinction and deep time that could not be ignored. Mary Anning's legacy is not only in the specimens she sold to museums, but in the inspiration she gave to others. Geologists like William Buckland and Henry de la Beche, a friend of Anning's, began to imagine scenes of prehistoric life. In 1830, de la Beche even painted Duria Antiquio, the first widely circulated picture of ancient life, based largely on fossils Mary had found. It showed ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs swimming in a tropical sea long before humans. This was essentially the birth of paleoart, an attempt to reconstruct vanished worlds visually. Meanwhile, across the English Channel, a French anatomist, Georges Cuvier, was piecing together fossils of strange land reptiles found in coal mines and quarries. He identified the first known dinosaur bone, though the term dinosaur hadn't been coined yet, as belonging to a giant reptile. Cuvier's work on comparative anatomy affirmed that these bones belonged to creatures unlike any alive today, strengthening the idea that extinction was a reality, a revolutionary concept at the time. By the 1840s, the word dinosaur was born, coined by Sir Richard Owen, meaning terrible lizard. The Victorians found themselves captivated by these terrible lizards. Life-sized models of iguanodon and megalosaurus were displayed at the Crystal Palace exhibition in 1854, and people hosted dinner parties inside a hollow model of an iguanodon. So eager were they to be part of this ancient world in any way. As Darwin published on the origin of species in 1859, the public was primed with wonder about life's history. Darwin's theory of evolution gave a framework to understand how these creatures could arise and then disappear as environments changed. Fast forward to the late 20th century. Paleontology has transformed from a gentleman's hobby to a rigorous scientific discipline. Jack Horner, one of the most prominent paleontologists of our time, and inspiration for the fictional Dr. Grant in Jurassic Park, made discoveries that revolutionized our image of dinosaurs. In the Badlands of Montana, he and his team unearthed nesting sites of Maiasaura in the 1970s, whole colonies of dinosaur nests with eggs and babies. This was the first proof that some dinosaurs nested in groups and cared for their young. It turned dinosaurs from slow, solitary monsters into social, nurturing animals in the public imagination. Horner also studied dinosaur growth by slicing open bones, a field called paleohistology, to see growth rings, much like tree rings. This told us how fast they grew. Many were fast-growing like birds, not slow like modern reptiles. We learned that a T-Rex might have reached full size in just 2 decades, packing on thousands of pounds in a teenage growth spurt. Modern science didn't stop there. With advances in technology, paleontologists began detecting organic molecules in some fossils, a stunning feat. In a few rare cases, proteins and soft tissues have been partially recovered from dinosaur bones, like collagen from a T-Rex femur. While DNA does not survive that long, these biochemical ghosts hint at what might be possible in the future, and they also confirm evolutionary links. Dinosaur collagen is most similar to bird collagen, reinforcing that birds are their descendants. We have CT scanners to peer inside fossil skulls and see brain cavities, giving clues to intelligence and senses. We have computer simulations to test how dinosaurs walked or whether they could run. We have geochemical tools to analyze isotopes in eggshells or teeth, revealing what they ate and the climates they lived in. Crucially, we also have plate tectonics, Wegener's once ridiculed idea, now as foundational science, to help us map dinosaur discoveries onto the ancient maps of their world. We know how continents moved, and where fossils of similar species appear separated by oceans, because those lands were once joined. For example, fossils of the same species of Mesosaurus, a freshwater reptile, were found in both South America and Africa, a fact Wegener used to argue those continents were once one. Today, a paleontologist uses such data routinely. If one finds a late Jurassic dinosaur in Tanzania, one might predict you could find a related species in what was then a connected landmass, say in Antarctica or India, due to Gondwana's extent. All these scientific developments converge to resurrect the dinosaurs in our understanding. The once silent bones now speak volumes. We've gone from seeing dinosaurs as slow, cold-blooded lizards to dynamic, warm-blooded, at least some, creatures with complex behaviors. We learned that many theropod dinosaurs had feathers, a discovery of the 1990s and 2000s, especially from beautifully preserved fossils in Liaoning, China. Now we envision Velociraptor not as a scaly dragon, but as a feathered predator with perhaps quill-like structures on its skin, though still very intimidating. Each new find adds a stroke to the mural of their lives, and with each stroke, our awe grows. In the collaboration between science and imagination, even figures like Albert Einstein and Isaac Newton have indirect roles. Newton's laws allow us to simulate the asteroid impact and its aftermath with physics-based models, quantifying how. The fixed law of gravity Darwin spoke of influenced that fateful day. Einstein's theories, while not directly invoked in paleontology, remind us of the interconnectedness of time and space, that what happened 66 million years ago is connected to us here and now by an unbroken chain of cause and effect. And then there are the philosophers and storytellers who ensure the narrative isn't lost in equations and data. Hannah Arendt's idea that each birth is a new beginning resonates with how we view every species' origin. A new beginning in the tree of life. Nietzsche's challenge to embrace eternal recurrence playfully echoes in the way we keep returning to the Mesozoic in our art and dreams, as if trying to live it again. Spinoza's rational determinism mirrors the satisfaction we get when a scientific mystery is solved, like finding the iridium layer worldwide and concluding, aha, an asteroid did it, as if a logical necessity was finally uncovered. Dostoevsky's deep dives into human psychology have their parallel when we try to infer behavior, and maybe even the personality of dinosaurs was trod on cunning, us Stegosaurus dim-witted and stubborn. There is a bit of literary flair in those interpretations, and not to forget the seemingly poetic details that our users' guidelines planted as Easter eggs in this narrative. The steaming mug beside a fossil notebook. Yes, that's the homage to every late-night researcher bridging past and present. The child's toy dinosaur on a windowsill. The spark of imagination that turns sterile facts into living tales in each new generation. The smell of rain-soaked soil, which connects us viscerally to the ancient world, because that smell, caused by actinobacteria, hasn't changed in hundreds of millions of years. Or at dusk at a rural train station, evoking the feeling of time travel, as one waits for the train and feels the past and present converge in the stillness, perhaps thinking of how trains themselves were a symbol of industrial progress built on geology, coal from ancient forests powering engine. The point is, modern science has not only reconstructed the dinosaurs' world, it has made it our world again, part of our collective human experience. We live with the dinosaurs now, not in body, but in our awareness. They are our constant companions in museums, media, and education. Each fossil that a paleontologist carefully exhumes and studies is a message in a bottle from a lost island of time. Decoding these messages requires interdisciplinary wisdom. Geology for context, biology for anatomy, chemistry for dating and environment clues, physics for modeling movements, philosophy for framing questions of existence, and art for visualization. Perhaps one of the most beautiful images of modern paleontology is that of scientists like Mary Anning or Jack Horner out in the field, under the same sky that once looked down on living dinosaurs, gently freeing ancient bones from rot. These bones have slept for eons in silence, and now, touched by human hands and curiosity, they return to life. It's an act almost of resurrection, but also of communion, a meeting across time. In those moments, it's as if time folds. The late Cretaceous and the current day briefly coexist in that quarry or cliffside. With the picture of what was and how we know it established, we reach a threshold of imagination. What if that vanished world hadn't vanished at all? What if somehow the non-avian dinosaurs had survived into the present? Would we, tiny upstart mammals, even be here asking that question? It's time to let our minds wander down that path. A speculative journey that is both thrilling and thought-provoking, bridging science with the imaginative. What? Close your eyes and envision a modern world in which dinosaurs still roam. Dawn breaks over a city that looks much like our own, except on the outskirts, a herd of triceratops moves slowly across a misty field, grazing on dewy grass. In the distance beyond the high-rises, a long-necked apatosaurus crane to be seen nibbling leaves from treetops, like a living construction crane. In the sky above the harbor, flocks of pigeons scatter as a quartet of small pterosaurs flutters past, their silhouettes momentarily mistaken for giant bat. This is a world that never experienced the dinosaurs' extinction. A what if that blurs the line between natural history and fantasy? How would Earth be different if that asteroid had missed, or if by some miracle the dinosaurs had weathered its impact? For one, the ecology of our planet would have taken a very different course. After the Cretaceous, in reality, mammals exploded into niches left vacant by dinosaurs. But in a scenario where dinosaurs persisted, many of those niches would still be occupied by their kind. The great rainforests of the world might still thunder with the footsteps of titanosaurs, huge sauropods, knocking down trees to feed, creating elephant-like clearings. The savannas might host not herds of zebra and antelope, but herds of hadrosaurs and ceratopsians, perhaps under the watchful patrol of Tyrannosaurus or its evolved descendants, fulfilling the role of lions and hyenas. Mammals in such a world might have remained small and nocturnal for a far longer time, scurrying in the shadows of reptilian megafauna. It's conceivable that primates, our group, would never have had the chance to evolve into large intelligent forms, because the mid-sized niches where primates started to diversify might be dominated by clever, omnivorous dinosaurs. Yet, life finds a way. That classic line from Jurassic Park holds true. Suppose primates did manage to survive and evolve intelligence alongside dinosaurs. What then of human civilization? We might find ourselves building cities in a much more direct coexistence with giant wildlife. Imagine needing city walls not just for age-old human conflicts, but to keep out roaming stegosaurus that might wander into marketplaces and cause accidental havoc. Farming would be interesting. Could we domesticate some herbivorous dinosaurs as we did cows and horses? Perhaps duck-billed hadrosaurs could be corralled for meat, or even milk. If one could milk a hadrosaur, they likely didn't have mammary glands. But we can imagine humans finding some use, maybe eggs. Would we ride dinosaurs? A fanciful thought. Somewhere in a parallel timeline, a warrior caste might ride into battle on armored ankylosaurus mounts, or fly short distances on enormous trained Quetzalcoatlus, more likely. We'd use them like carrier pigeons for messages rather than riding. But it's an image too delightful to dismiss entirely. The presence of dinosaurs would also present profound ethical questions. Today, we debate the rights of intelligent animals like apes, elephants, dolphins. In a dinotopian world, perhaps some dinosaur species could have evolved higher intelligence given another 66 million years of evolution. There's the speculative idea of the dinosauroid, a hypothetical intelligent dinosaur, often imagined from Trudon, a clever small predator with a relatively large brain for its size, that could have evolved if mammals hadn't taken over. If such a being existed, a reptilian intelligent species, would humanity have had to contend or coexist with it? That opens the door to a very different history of sentient life on Earth. We might not be the sole storytelling beings. Maybe we'd share philosophies with a species that remembers not only its own deep history, but literally an unbroken heritage spanning back to the Jurassic. How would religions or mythologies develop if living, breathing, dragons were a daily reality? One could foresee dragon-like dinosaurs being worshipped in some cultures as living gods, or conversely demonized as monsters that heroes must slay, much as in our timeline's myths, only with actual creatures as reference. In terms of cities, urban planning would need to accommodate megafauna. State parks might double as grazing reserves for gentle giants. Perhaps in this alternate Earth, rather than deer eating your garden roses, you'd wake up to a stegosaurus, a small dome-headed dino, nibbling your hedges. Highways might require dinosaur overpasses. Imagine something like wildlife corridors, but large enough for a brachiosaur to safely cross. Skyscrapers would need lights not just for planes, but to warn flying pterosaurs to not smack into them during night flights. And waste management might include teams to scoop up droppings the size of small cars left by passing titanosaur herds migrating near city limits. What about predator control? In our world, we worry about wolves or bears occasionally. In that world, a rogue allosaurus wandering near a town would be a national emergency. Perhaps humanity would have developed advanced tranquilizer technologies early on, or strong non-lethal defenses, walls with moats, sonic deterrents, to keep T-Rex away from schoolyards. The ethical side emerges here. Would we choose to exterminate the big dangerous species for our safety, or strive to coexist? Our own history with large predators, like tigers or lions, is mixed. Often we've sadly eliminated them from areas we inhabit. In a dino world, would we have driven the likes of T-Rex or Giganotosaurus to extinction by now to protect ourselves? Or would we have sections of the world set aside as Jurassic Parks, protected areas where humans rarely venture, and the great beasts live relatively undisturbed? Imagination would also be different in a world where dinosaurs never left. Perhaps they wouldn't captivate the imagination as they do for us, because they'd be as commonplace as elephants or whales are, or perhaps even more so. After all, we are pretty enthralled by elephants and whales too. In our timeline, the absence of dinosaurs has been a canvas for our creativity. In that timeline, the presence of dinosaurs would shape our creative output in other ways. Our ancestors might have painted triceratops on cave walls alongside bison and deer. Many mythologies could revolve around them. Think of Chinese dragons, maybe in a world of dinosaurs. Such dragons wouldn't be mythical at all, but inspired by some long-tailed sauropod glimpsed through the mist. The legends of knights and dragons in medieval Europe might have taken on a whole new realism if actual dragons, like predatory dinos, roamed in remote forests. One also wonders, would we have the concept of extinction at all? If the dinosaurs hadn't died off, perhaps mass extinction events might not be known unless paleontology still developed. But paleontology might not develop similarly if the prompt to study ancient life was literally walking around in front of us. Maybe geology and biology would focus less on fossils, since we'd be so busy with living forms. Or perhaps having living dinosaurs would encourage even more interest in deep time, to understand how they have changed, or not changed. Since the Jurassic, we might have living fossil species among them, and scientists could compare directly with their ancient ancestors. Another angle, the biosphere's balance. Large dinosaurs might have kept certain plants in check through feeding, and prevented forests from becoming too dense. They were nature's bulldozers. With them gone in our world, big mammals and humans took over some of those roles. In a world with dinosaurs, the evolutionary trajectories of many plant groups could differ. Flowering plants, for instance, became very dominant in the late Cretaceous, partly co-evolving with pollinators like bees. Would that have changed if, say, certain herbivores either suppressed or spread different flora? Hard to say, but one could imagine some plants might have gone extinct if their dinosaur dispersers or pollinators vanished. In that world, they didn't vanish. So the plants remain that in our world are gone. The biodiversity might be richer in some respects, or large animal species, though perhaps poorer in others. Less mammalian diversity, maybe fewer large birds, because dinosaurs would fill those niches instead of ostriches or moas. For human culture, coexisting with dinosaurs could have been a profound influence on our psyche. Many cultures in our history revered big animals, like the buffalo for Plains Indians, or the elephant in some Asian cultures. Perhaps some cultures would have considered, say, a triceratops herd as sacred. Others might have feared and tried to eradicate certain species, or could involve the use of dinosaurs, or elephants were a thing, or triceratops could be an even more formidable thing, clad in armor with archers on their backs. Perhaps the invention of gunpowder or advanced weapons happened earlier or differently, driven by the need to defend communities against tyrannosaurs. Conversely, maybe a society that learned to live in harmony with their local dinosaur fauna could avoid war altogether, focusing on surviving the natural challenges instead of fighting each other. There's also the whimsical thought of pets. Maybe smaller dinosaurs could be domesticated in the way we did dogs or cats. Imagine a domestic Compsomnethus, those little chicken-sized dinos, scurrying around the kitchen catching pests, a sort of reptilian cat equivalent, or brightly colored little pterosaurs perched on stands, valued like parrots. Ethically, that opens questions too. Is it right to keep a clever velociraptorine in an apartment? Probably not, as many an accident might attest in that alternate universe's tabloids. In terms of science, if dinosaurs were still alive, we would directly study them like zoologists study any animal. Our understanding of biology might have advanced differently. For example, warm-bloodedness might be understood earlier. If we could examine dinosaur metabolism in real time, we might crack the dinosaur genome long before we cracked the human genome, since they'd be such charismatic subjects. Perhaps veterinary medicine would have a whole branch of dinosaur medicine, doctors specializing in the health of sauropods or treating avian flu analogs and pterosaurs. Our planet's carbon cycle might even be different. Large herds of sauropods emitting methane, as cow herds do, could influence climate slightly. Would we have a bigger climate change issue, or a different pattern because of that? Possibly not huge, but worth a thought. One sobering likely outcome. If dinosaurs lived until today, humans may have caused many of them to go extinct by now. Sadly, look how we treated megafauna in our actual Pleistocene history. Many big animals like mammoths, giant sloths, etc. were hunted to extinction by humans. Large, slow-breeding dinosaurs might have met the same fate as humans spread. There could have been a dinosaur extinction event in more recent centuries due to overhunting or habitat loss. Would we have dinosaur leather products? Ivory trade replaced by Triceratops horn trade, though Triceratops horns are made of bone. But you get the idea. Poaching my target T-Rex teeth or hadrosaur hides. One hopes we'd learn to value living dinosaurs and protect them, as we're striving now with elephants and tigers. But history suggests we might have lost quite a few before conservation kicked in. Perhaps in an alternate 25 there'd be only a few small refuges where wild sauropods still roam, much like our endangered rhinos and other large mammals. However, since this essay's tone is to remain soothing and fairy tale-like, not turning into dystopia, we can imagine a more optimistic scenario. Perhaps the awe of living alongside such majestic creatures made humanity more respectful of nature. Perhaps major religions or philosophies in that world emphasize harmony, with the old ones, the dinosaurs, seeing them as living symbols of the ancient Earth. Maybe a philosopher akin to Spinoza in that world preached that God is nature and pointed to the dinosaurs as evidence of the divine's ancient work, urging protection of them as part of the sacred whole. Maybe Marcus Aurelius in that timeline, instead of noting how men and even emperors turn to dust, would also note how even seemingly eternal creatures, like dinosaurs of his time, are mortal, philosophical reminders of humility. Rumi might write poems comparing the footsteps of a brontosaur at night to the heartbeat of the earth itself. Imaginatively, I see children in that world lying in bed, maybe reading a bedtime essay about creatures called humans that died out in another timeline, and hearing a distant rumble through their open window. Their parent says, "That's just the hadrosaur herd migrating north. Sleep now. In the morning, if we're lucky, we'll see their footprints by the river." The child smiles and drifts to sleep, dreaming not of long-extinct beasts, but of neighbors in the world whom they might see with their own eyes tomorrow. In sum, a world where dinosaurs still lived would be in many ways more wondrous and challenging than our own. Ecosystems would be richer with giants. Human society would have been shaped by the need to live alongside or against them, and our imagination might take different forms, less walking with dinosaurs documentaries, more just daily observations. It's a fun and illuminating exercise because it sheds light on how contingent our reality is. If one day in history had gone differently, no asteroid hit, the entire story of life, including our story, would have diverged. We likely wouldn't be here to ask the question at all. Perhaps intelligent dinos would be writing essays about what if mammals, like humans, had taken over instead, and marveling at the concept of a world ruled by furry primates. This speculation leads us finally to reflect on our current reality with a bit of grateful perspective. We know about dinosaurs precisely because they are gone. Their disappearance allowed our emergence and the inquiry that followed. In living and in dying, they have given us gifts. The rich fossil fuels that power our world. Ancient organic matter from Dino Era. Swamps turned to coal and oil. The fascination that fuels our science and art. And the cautionary tale of how even the mightiest can fall. The final step in our journey is to integrate all these threads: time, memory, extinction, survival, science, and imagination, and find meaning in the grand story we've traversed. Night has fallen. Back in the present, a child curls up under warm blankets, a beloved dinosaur plushie tucked in the crook of their arm. A soft nightlight casts the silhouette of a brontosaurus on the wall. The room is still and safe, but the child's mind roams free among the stars of time. In the distance, a train horn sounds, perhaps the late train passing through the outskirts of a quiet town. Its echo is lonely yet comforting, like a beacon in the dark. In that half-dream state, the child imagines the train is moving through time, not space, ferrying passengers from the age of humans back to the age of dinosaurs and back again, endlessly. Each station is an epoch, each traveler a story. This poetic fancy captures something profound. We are all travelers on the train of time, connected by memory and imagination to worlds we'll never physically see. Humanity, unique in its self-awareness, carries the capacity to remember what it never directly experienced. We remember the dinosaurs not in our personal minds, but in our collective mind, through science, art, and story. We have, in essence, resurrected them in our culture, so that they continue to live with us in a new way. As the Stoics taught, what matters is how events live on in our thoughts. The dinosaurs through us cheat oblivion. They stride through movies. They teach children about courage and curiosity. They inspire engineers to mimic their biomechanics, and they spur philosophers to ponder life's transience. In doing so, they help us place ourselves in the grand scheme. The breath of deep time blows through our lives like a gentle wind at dusk. We can feel it when we stand among ancient redwood trees or gaze at the stars, some of whose light began its journey when dinosaurs walked the earth. It whispers that our individual lives, our triumphs, sorrows, loves, and losses, are part of something far larger and older. To some, this might induce existential dread. How small we are. But there is another reaction, wonder and peace. Small we may be, but we are participants in this immense tapestry. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, we are citizens of the universe. In knowing the story of dinosaurs, we inherit a piece of the universe's memory, stretching beyond the bounds of human existence. There is a lovely Sufi saying often attributed to Rumi. Listen, you are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. In each of us lies an ocean of time and being. We are made of atoms forged in stars. Carl Sagan's famous insight. And we are born into a world rich with the legacy of those who came before, dinosaurs included. When we breathe, the nitrogen and oxygen in our lungs might contain molecules that once coursed through the blood of a brachiosaur or drifted in the air as a pterosaur beat its wings. When we think, the concepts in our heads, time, death, survival, love, have all been sharpened by the knowledge of what has transpired on our planet over eons. Memory plays an almost spiritual role here. We often lament that no dinosaur saw its end coming or understood what was happening. True, they likely did not, but we see it and understand, and so we become the consciousness that witnesses their lives and endings retrospectively. Philosopher Hannah Arendt talked about the human condition of natality and mortality, the miracle that each new life can initiate the unforeseen, set against the inevitability that each life will end. The dinosaurs, as a clade, were mortal too. Their kind had a birth in the Triassic and a death at the end of Cretaceous. In a sense, by remembering them, we redeem that mortality somewhat. We give their story a kind of immortality in literature and science. And Arendt also noted that each new human generation has the capacity to begin anew. So even if extinction is the rule, creation is also the rule. Life finds ways to begin again in new forms, and we are part of that continuum. As we conclude our journey, standing on the threshold between past and future, the scale and mystery of time envelop us like the night sky. We feel small, but connected. The dinosaurs' tale, their rise and fall, is one chapter in the cosmic fairy tale that is still being written, and we realize we are in the next chapter. Their end led to our beginning. This bestows a sense of continuity, but also responsibility. Knowing that world-changing events can and do happen, we might ask, what will our chapter leave for the ones that come after? Will we steward Earth so that our story flows into the next with hope? Or will we, through negligence, become just another abrupt layer in the rocks marked by soot and loss? If the dinosaurs could speak to us, perhaps they would say, cherish your world, for we know how precious a world can be and how quickly it can be taken away. Perhaps Marcus Aurelius would add a gentle reminder to keep perspective. The troubles of today's meeting or the embarrassment of yesterday's misstep are minor when viewed against deep time. Let them go as the river of time carries all things away. what remains then? That is meaningful. Love, knowledge, memory. Those few things that ripple forward even after we're gone. In Latin, the dinosaurs left footprints. In us, they left wisdom. In the child's bedroom, the parent tiptoes in to check on their little one. Seeing the child asleep with that toy dinosaur held close, the parent smiles. In that simple scene lies a poignant truth. We seek comfort and company, even from the idea of these ancient giants. They have become our friends in dreams. They populate our fairy tales, friendly or fearsome dragons, and our science fiction. They give children courage to face the dark. If a T-Rex doesn't scare me, the shadow on the wall won't either. They give adults a perspective to face life's uncertainties. If an asteroid could wipe out the dominant life, maybe my bad day at work isn't the end of the world. In these ways, the dinosaurs still live among us psychologically and emotionally, helping us grow. At the very end of this long narrative, we might ask, what is the moral of the story? Every fairy tale has one, explicit or not. Here, maybe it is that life is resilient yet fragile. Resilient, because even after the worst catastrophe, life bounced back eventually. We arose to remember those who were lost. Fragile, because no matter how grand something seems, an empire of reptiles ruling Earth for 100 million years, it can vanish in a day. This teaches us to marvel at existence and to tread kindly upon the world. It also teaches us that endings are not truly the end if their memory lives on and inspires new growth. The extinction of dinosaurs paved the way for new life, and eventually human consciousness, which now keeps their flame alive. In a reflective moment, one might think of the philosopher Nietzsche's idea of amor fati, loving one's fate, embracing the entirety of life's pattern, good and bad. The story of dinosaurs is part of our fate as denizens of Earth. To love that fate is to cherish the dinosaurs' memory, to find joy in their having lived at all, and lessons in their passing. It is to stand under the stars, knowing dinosaurs once saw these same constellations, though arranged slightly differently, and feel a kinship across time. And so, as our journey through dinosaurs, their species, lives, extinction, and what if they still lived today, comes to a close, we find ourselves not saddened by their absence, but enriched by the contemplation of their existence. In the grand bedtime story of the cosmos, the dinosaurs had their glorious chapter, and we have ours. The child sleeps peacefully, the toy dinosaur guarding their dream. The parent gently closes the door, whispering perhaps the last line of a beloved ancient tale. And though they lived long, long ago, the dinosaurs and their world remain with us, in the rocks beneath our feet, in the birds outside the window, and in the stories we remember. Good night.